click on it and scroll down to rename, right? And then you can rename. We strongly advise that you rename using your full name hyphen your institution or organization. For instance, I am Grace Kenneth from the School of Media and Communication, Pan Atlantic University, and I've been named as so. Also would like that we are muted when we are not asking a question or making a contribution. We can always make use of the chat box to put down our questions, and we can make use of the chat box for questions, contributions, and clarification. If you need to speak to ask your questions verbally, do well to use the react sign and raise your hand. We'll call on you and you direct your question to the facilitator you think deserves needs to answer, give you an answer. So that is it for the protocol. And for today, sharing the workshop session, we have two wonderful facilitators from the Verdant Zeal Group. Allow me to share my screen very quickly so we can introduce them. I almost missed it. My name is Grace Kenneth, and I will be your moderator for the sessions today. Nice to meet each and every one.
Maybe our husband's name is Kenneth, or our son's name is Kenneth. But how is she revering Grace Kenneth?
Mr. Ken, kindly mute yourself. Okay, so kicking off today with the first session, and one of the facilitators for today, we have the Chief Operations Officer for the Verdant Zeal Group, Mr. Dipo Babashida. Mr. Oladipo is an author. He's also a writer, a voiceover artist, a film, TV, radio producer, and development marketing consultant. He is currently the Chief Operating Officer of the Verdant Zeal Group, a multidisciplinary marketing and communication consultancy, where he focuses on creating positive brand narratives through media-neutral platforms. I strongly believe this is what he does for a day-to-day, because his interaction with us yesterday was quite insightful, and I had a whole lot of takeaways from that. Good morning and welcome to this session, Mr. Oladipo. It's so good to have you.
Thank you very much. Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Welcome. Okay, next on our list is another wonderful representative of the Verdant Zeal Group, no other than the digital and social media manager of the Verdant Zeal Group in the person of Mr. Olawale Bernard Adesina. Bernard is a certified digital marketing professional and data analyst with over 8 years of working experience across industries, including fast-moving consumer goods, healthcare, software development, and marketing media agencies. Mr. Bernard, it's good to have you here. Welcome. Good morning.
Good morning, Grace. Good morning, everyone. It's my pleasure to be here. Thank you.
Good morning, sir. Okay, so we'll be moving on.
You're on mute, Grace.
I'm on mute. Sorry, I was muted. Okay, and so for today, Mr. Oladipo will be taking us through marketing communication and brand management in Nigeria, as Mr. Olawale will be taking us through mastering social media and content marketing for business growth. I am really, really interested in these particular sessions. Both of them actually, brand management and the use of social media in the growth of business. And I hope you are too. I'll stop sharing my screen now to enable my facilitators to have the floor and, have us on. Thank you very much, everyone. I was saying that we'll start the first session with Mr. Oladipo, and then we will proceed to the second session with Mr. Bernard. You have the floor, sir. Good morning once again.
All right, good morning, everyone. Good morning. Thank you very much for having us today. So I just need to confirm that you can see my screen.
Yes, we can see your screen, sir.
Thank you very much. And good morning again. And for those who are just joining us, you're welcome to the Verdant Zeal Colloquium on sustainable marketing. Yesterday was quite an interesting conversation, and we're going to be going a bit further today into the brass tacks on how brands are built, some of the experiences that we've had as Verdant Zeal, and again just looking generally at some of the things that we may know and some things that might be new information. Okay, so today we're going to be looking at some lessons from jollof rice. I'm sure if I ask a question about jollof rice in this room, there probably will be a homogeneous answer. I saw there was a gentleman, Yarti, from Covenant University yesterday. I don't know if he's on the call. I know that Ghanaians and Nigerians have a very, very love-hate relationship when it comes to jollof wars or jollof rice. But the big question I have is, who made jollof rice a brand that represents Nigeria? How is it that all over the world, for those who care, every time jollof rice is mentioned, you have this big conversation, those who rise in defense of their various countries, those who think some people are using the force of will to dominate the conversation, those who think they're the ones who created the brand and these other gold diggers have come to take it from them. It's a very interesting social construct, and we're going to be looking at some aspects of it today, right? Okay, but before we do that, we just want to talk quickly about Verdant Zeal, just for a couple of minutes. We are a marketing and communications agency. We have been in business for 17 years, and over that time, we have seen a lot of changes happen in this industry, in the economy. We've seen a rise of a new generation. We've seen the rise of new media. We've seen the rise of different methods of transacting. E-commerce has become mainstay. Financial technology has, almost become a parallel with banks in terms of how money moves around. But some things still remain fundamentals in terms of human nature, because human nature always wants to be understood, always wants to be acknowledged, right? So over the years, what we have done is to look at how we can continue to satisfy our main customers, which are people, right? Because people always, whether they're old or young, they will always have needs that have to be satisfied. So this makes us do a lot of planning. We work with a lot of data in terms of our planning. We also place a lot of emphasis on the consumer journey, which is what are people doing? How are they spending their time? Where are they focusing their energies? We look at touch points, how can these people be met? And then we look at, how to create value to people. A quick word from the founder. The executive vice chairman is Dr. Tunde Olugbodi. He likes to be called TJ. He's a consummate marketing communication professional, over 30 years of experience. And we lead a very dynamic team. made up of people are again across the ages, but we do have quite a young and dynamic team here. Some of our clients, have been across industries, from financial services, energy, telecoms, private and public institutions. We've launched brands, across various verticals and across various geographies as well. Just some of the things that we worked on over time. This was a PZ project that for Manchester City, it was a 3-brand project for Olympic Milk, Premier Cool and Rob, entertainment projects, again, human beings are products of habit. So we like to be entertained. So we've done projects that are purely entertainment based, things that are development focused. This was the UNICEF campaign ending polio between 2013 and 2015. And thankfully, we were part of the team that got the certification for the end of polio in 2015. We launched KFC Nigeria, South African Airways, and we created a lot of brand identities in that time. And this just shows how we've spent enough time, understanding brands, understanding the market, understanding the consumers as we go on. So today we're going to be coming back to our subject, that in the first place, why is there even a war between the jollof rices, or between the countries? Senegal claims to have originated it. Ghana, who loves to eat eggs with everything, have their claim to fame about jollof rice. Nigeria, well, I don't know. You be the judge. Today, I'm just a facilitator. But we're going to be looking at how this emerging brand can teach us a lot about brand management and marketing communications, right? So the first thing is that all brands are in a constant battle for supremacy, almost like jollof rice. Every brand wants to dominate its market, dominate its space, dominate your mind, dominate your wallet, because they realize that the more space they occupy, the more space a brand occupies, the more of your attention it has, the more of your loyalty it can gain, the more of your patronage it can get. And ultimately, every brand wants you to be a loyalist because that's the height of it. And if you go back to our analogy of jollof rice, today, even though jollof rice is cooked with different recipes, depending on the country that you're from, you advocate for it because you believe so much in it. And even though no one is paying you, you still have a sense of loyalty to that. That is the El Dorado of all brands. So brands really want that share of voice. They want that every time you mention something, within that space, they're the ones that come to mind. Market share of wallet, top of mind awareness. And we're going to break this down just a bit. So, for example, today, most of us will probably have something to do with petrol, right? Whether it's for our generators, for our cars, for our offices, whatever the case may be. Now, when we look at a basic commodity like petrol, right? What is the market share for petrol? It is a consumable, right? And the purchase pattern is repeated frequently. But the market share of petrol is that the total sales of petrol in the whole of Nigeria and your own total your share of that, meaning that how much of total sales of petrol in Nigeria do you have a share of? So just as a quick exercise, petrol has, how many petrol retailers do we know? We can just put it in the chat box very quickly. How many people that dispense petrol do we know? How many brands that dispense petrol do we know? We'll just take a few seconds because we're going to have quite a bit of these Q&As as we go on today. So just really put in the chat. Let me see if I can read any responses. Total, yes. Total, who else do we know? NMPC, yep. Mobile, yep. Mobile, okay. Bovas, Matrix, fantastic, good. So we're talking. So this means that out of this whole market, you probably have many players, MRS, Total, Mobile, Bovas, and so on and so forth. All of them form a market, and they're all players in that market, and they are direct competitors to each other. However, there's an interesting thing that goes on in the space total, in the space of branding, which is that you also have indirect competition. Now, for whatever petrol can do, you also have solar, which is a kind of indirect competition to petrol, right? So when you're a brand manager, when you're thinking about managing your brand, you also have to be conscious of the indirect competition. Indirect competition. They might not be coming at you frontally, but they have an ability to take a majority stake in your market. Now, how many people here have made a WhatsApp call before? Just, yeah, you could just indicate with an emoji or something. Now, when the big players in telecom started doing business, did they ever foresee that at some point in time, WhatsApp will be able to make calls? Probably not. Just thought it's always going to be voice. But at some points, what has happened is that there's been a change. So WhatsApp is some kind of indirect competition to a GSM service, so to speak. And as you build a brand, you have to be very conscious of indirect competition. Now we have what we call share of wallet. Share of wallet means that for every brand that exists, there are other competing things that want to take the shine off how much you spend on that particular brand. So for example, you have a budget for fuel, and fuel is, I don't know how much it is where you live, but 630, 615, 600, 700, whatever it is. Now, your budget for a fuel is also in competition with things like food, right? Things like hanging out with friends on a Friday like this, things like your subscriptions, whether it's Spotify, Netflix, Prime, DSTV, house rent, school fees, buying a new phone, buying a car, these things all compete for your share of wallets. So even as you build a brand, you might think you only exist in your specific category, but then there are other things that are indirect competition to you. There are other things that are fighting for that same share of wallet, because the consumers that you're targeting, they also have other things that they consider to be important. And that's why as a brand, if you build it to a certain level, you get the topmost position in that person's mind, in that person's buying habits, such that even though they may not have money, quote unquote, they might, if that brand is that important, they will look for whatever it is that they need to get it. Okay. Now let's do a quick exercise. There's one other factor called top of mind awareness, and some of us might be aware of this. Top of mind awareness simply means that when you talk about a particular category, a particular item, the first thing that comes to your mind is the brand that has a top of mind awareness. So let's do a quick exercise. You can just drop in the chat box. When it comes to noodles, which brand has top of mind awareness? Oh, wow, that was fast. Indomie. Okay. Oh, wow. This is undisputed. Indomie. Okay. All right. Good. We're moving on to the next one. When it comes to toothpaste, which brands do we consider to be to have top of mind? Colgate. Okay. Close up, Colgate. Looks like a two brand race. Oral-B. Oh, okay. Interesting. All right. Okay. Cool. Now, when it comes to detergents, Sensodyne. Okay. Detergents. Viva. Ariel. Viva, Sunlight. Colgate. Okay, I guess that's for toothpaste. Viva, Omo. Okay. Now, we're having a proliferation here. Okay, interesting. Now, moving on, we're taking phones. Mama Joy. Okay, used to be McLean's. Okay. So when it comes to phones, Samsung, Techno, Samsung, iPhone, Samsung, iPhone, okay. iPhone. Okay. All right, we've got 2 more categories to go. When it comes to paint, which brands come to mind? Dulux, President Paints, Dulux, Saclux, President. Okay, so Dulux and President look like they have top of mind. Okay, interesting. All right, and then for our final one, Tin Tomato. Gino, Derica, Tasty Tom. Okay, interesting. Derica, Gino, looks like a 2-person race. Okay, all right, cool. So you see that, when it comes to top of mind, there are certain brands that just come up. Now, they might not be the brands you buy. They might not be the brands that you might even refer to others, but it's just that they have filled that mind space so much that even though that might not be what you want, but that is what you have as top of mind. And this is the whole thing about brands. Brands continue to fight for space in your mind. Okay, so I want to ask one last question, and even though it is not on the slide, this one is just a giveaway. Now, when it comes to charging cables, which brand comes to mind? Charging cables, the USB cables that you connect your phone to. Okay, so a particular brand. Great. Oraimo. I expected Oraimo to be the answer, because, somewhere in social space, say if I wipe you with an Oraimo cable. So you see that Oraimo has found its way, even though it didn't show up as a phone brand, as an earpiece, AirPod, it has found its way through its charging cables into our conversations. And that is all about branding. Branding is being able to have that space, being able to have that share, being able to have that piece of the action. And this is what leads us to the word campaigns. Because when you hear that the brand is doing a campaign, what does it mean? The campaign is a military term that, when countries or go to war to claim more territory, right? That's what you call a campaign. And in marketing communications, a campaign is a set of activities, right, that lead to increase in this share, whether it's share of wallet, share of top of mind, whatever it is. Campaigns can have different objectives. It is not every time that a campaign aims to get more sales. Sometimes it can just be that, we want to increase our top of mind awareness. We want to increase, a new generation is being born and we want them to know about us. So these are the whole premises of brand development, okay, or brand management. So now we're just going to look at 5 basic principles of brand management and marketing communications. Number 1 is that you have to mark your territory. Every brand must understand that it has a territory. It cannot play everywhere, at least not in the initial. Maybe later on the brand might evolve, because it has become that powerful. But in the initial, it has to understand its territory. And if we look at just, again, look at Nigeria, take a quick example. This territory, we have the population, the ethnic groups, we have the spread, the land mass, we have the young people, we have big family sizes, and then, we just have influence all across the globe. 1 in 4 people is a Nigerian, right? But as a brand builder, we must understand that there are all kinds of facts available to us. Now, when you look at Nigeria, it's very likely to look at the downsides, meaning that we look at, how much the dollar is exchanging for the naira. We look at inflation. We look at, corruption. We look at poverty levels. We look at all that. And as a brand, you might choose to say, oh, everything is all doom and gloom, and how can I build anything substantial around this? But you see, as a brand manager, you have to be conscious of all of the energies. So you also have to look at the upsides as well, because everything is in the same commune, within the same environment, and because we're building a brand, what we're doing is that we're trying to identify where the stories are. So in the same country where it's about 1,005 to $1, where there's double digits inflation, it's also a place where you have, Afrobeats, where you have, football stars, you have people who are breaking Guinness Book of Records, you have influencers, you have unicorns. As a brand, you have to look at all of these and ask yourself, what kind of story do I want to tell? What kind of brand do I want to build? What do I want to associate myself with? Because you're still dealing with people who have needs and aspirations, right? And you must be able to position yourself in a place where people can feel you, where people can say, if I need this thing, this is the brand that gets me there. All right. Now, from what you can see, not all brands, position themselves specifically on what they offer functionally. There are some brands, for example, say like Johnny Walker now, it's an alcoholic beverage, but Johnny Walker talks about that indomitable spirit that just says, keep walking, no matter what happens, just keep walking, right? Now, it may not say anything about its red label or blue label, but it's just speaking to something that is innately human to want to be encouraged to keep moving. So in all of this, as you mark your territory, you must find the things that are unique to you. Just like jollof fries being unique to Nigeria, being unique to West Africa, the West Africans have taken it as their brand. And each country is telling its own narrative. Each country is pushing its own agenda to say, we're the best because we're spicier. We're the best because it goes with basmati rice and eggs. We're the best because we're the origins, whatever, right? Now, if you have a brand and there is no story, then you have to create one. Every brand must have a story because you cannot just sell only on function. It's important that you are addressing something that is worth spreading. All right. Now, if you don't tell a story about yourself, your consumers will tell a story about you. And no brand really wants to be there, because if people are the ones, managing your narrative, then it means that you're at their mercy. Okay. Now, the second thing is that in brand building, brand management and marketing communications, you have to mark your adversary, right? Who is your enemy? And by enemy, I don't necessarily mean your competitor, your direct competitor. Remember, we've talked about share of wallet, share of voice, top of mind awareness. Your adversary is every kind of brand that can compete within your same space. You might be surprised that an alcoholic beverage can have an airline as its indirect competition. So when you mark your territory, what does this require? It requires, you have to do your competitive analysis, right? You have to look at, how things are playing in that market. Look at your key competitors, look at your direct competitor, look at your indirect competitors, look at their strengths, their weaknesses, look at their narratives. What are they saying? What are their market plans? How are they recruiting consumers, right? What's their overall business goal? Do you know that there's some brands that have it as their overall business goal to just keep on growing market share? They don't necessarily look at profitability as the first thing that indicates success for them. For them is that they want to grow the market. So if you're a brand that is in for profit and you're competing with a brand that's in for market share, you see that your priorities are very different, and you may be spending money differently and achieving your goals rather differently. So it's important to understand where your competitor is coming from. What are they seeking? What are you also seeking at, right? Now think of strategy too. We talk about strategy a lot because it's very important that every brand understands, its final objective, and everything that it does day to day, quarter on quarter, year by year has to be fueling the achievement of that overall objective. Okay. Now we're talking of sharpening your competitive edge, meaning that once you found something that gives you an edge over others, you need to continue to, give that thing leverage, right? Until you end up there. You have to look at your target analysis. And here we've talked about, different aspects. And I just have a slide further that talks about defining your target, even though I did spend more time on it. But when you look at your target audience, who are they, right? For the longest time, target audiences have been defined just based on what we call demographic, the things that we can see, age, gender, socioeconomic backgrounds. But we've seen that there are deeper things. There are psychographic profiles of people that are based on interests, right? Based on their mental state, based on their motivations and drives, based on their attitudes and opinions, right? And then there's also buyer persona. Let me just crack a quick joke. There's a movie called Bling Negotiations by Bolanle Austin Peters. And in that movie, you have a certain, the lead character, who his wife wanted to organize her 51st birthday. He was in debt, things were not going on. And she was like bending his hand to spend money. And this guy was like literally broke. Now, guess what this guy goes to do? He goes to a Mercedes-Benz dealership and he buys a new car that even though he was neck deep in debt, right? He still needed to keep up an appearance. Now, that's an example of a buyer persona. There are people that even when they're in debt, they don't mind going into further debt because that is just how they're wired. Same with brands too. There are brands that even though they might be mired in controversy and all that, it doesn't stop them. There's some other brands that if they have a small, issue, they just sort of stall activities. So when we look at our target audiences, we have to think of the things that drive them. You might think of young people who are maybe in the university and all that, but if you look at the kind of phones they use, they're not going to be using phones just because they don't have earning power, right? So we have to think of all of this in terms of our buyer persona. You look at your pestle analysis. So this is, as a brand, you think of everything politically. How does it affect you? How does the economy affect you? How does technology, affect, your brand, the legal environment, and so on and so forth. Okay. You also do your SWOT. I've spoken about this. So I talked about defining your targets. I won't spend too much time on this. Number 4 is now that as a brand, you have to tell your story. Every brand must have a story that it tells about itself. Like jollof rice. Jollof rice is not the only thing that Nigerians, that like you don't get to Nigeria and at the airport you see a big pot of jollof rice. No, but it is one of the narratives that we have taken as ours. It means that as a Nigerian, if anyone encounters you anywhere in the world, you should be able to tell them about this glorified meal called jollof rice, right? It's a story that it's an icebreaker, It means that literally anyone who wants to strike a conversation with a Nigerian or a Ghanaian, let me just add this mix, right? And talks about jollof rice, might have an inroad already. And that's the power of brand stories. Brand stories break the ice between we and consumers, especially new consumers, right? Every brand must have its own story that it's telling. Now, how do you get to this story? The first thing is that you need to have an insight. So, there has to be something about the brand that is distinct, right? Something that is what we call an inalienable truth. Something that is undeniable about the brand, right? Now, it may be at a particular point in time, meaning that from time to time, some brands might shift their insight. What it is about the brand can change from time to time. But at every point in time, there should be something about the brand that is true. That when people look at it, be like, yeah, I like this brand because it is ... Okay. Now pick a position. And in this case, you have to decide where your brand wants to pitch its tent. Do you want to play in the space of premium, just for a few, but then priced highly? Or do you want to be, a value for money brand? Everybody has access to me. I found out that when I was growing up, there were certain brands that I thought, because of the way they had their communication, that they were expensive. But then you get into a store or a supermarket and find out that this brand is cheap now. But the way the branding is positioned, right? It makes the message, it makes it look like, wow, these guys, they're so expensive. That's about positioning. So positioning means that the way you are seen, right, appeals to a certain emotion, a certain vibe, right? A certain value, okay? Then single-minded proposition. And this is a very contestable topic because there are those who feel that a brand can mean many things to many people, right? But as we've seen in a category, just like we're doing for top of mind awareness, right? There's maybe space for maybe 2 max in a category. You know, if you're lucky, you might find 3. But in many cases, your brand needs to be known for something. That thing can be functional and it can be emotional. In fact, it is best when it is an emotional attribute, an emotional proposition. Meaning that for detergents that I'm always talking about, you know, how well it washes. I mean, almost all detergents can lather and can wash, but what is it about how, you know, it makes the mother or the caregiver feel, you know, about how the child is when they go to school, or their families when they're presented in public. You know, those are some of the emotional things that go beyond just, you know, the act of washing, right? So we'll talk about this. And then this then leads to the big idea. And here's where communication comes in, or here you then have your brand stories, your skits, your copy lines, your TV commercial, you know, social media posts, you know, all the things that go along the line with this. Now you can see that you don't just come up with an idea and just start running. It comes from a place of understanding your markets, right? Defining your territory, understanding your competitor, right? Understanding your target audience, you know, defining your message, your story, and then this can be executed through these, you know. So there's the above the line, which is probably what we know now. Above the line campaigns are things that can be identified with an advertiser. So you can see something running on YouTube, for example. So just as a quick one, how many of you have seen this? Are you a STEM professional? Are you a STEM professional seeking to migrate to the US? Just give yes if you have seen that advert on YouTube. Okay, yes. Are you a STEM professional? That thing is, it's just in my brain. Like, it's everywhere, right? It's just everywhere. Now, for people like that, you know, they have locked in on what we can call an above the line campaign. That is, we want to be identified with this message. I'm Carlos Colombo. I'm a US attorney, whatever, right? This is something you can tell who the sponsor is. You know where to get more information, right? There's a lot of identifiable connection with the sponsor of the message. And this runs across media. So you have your social media, TV, print, outdoor, whatever, SMS, whatever it is. Okay. In this case, what it does is you above the line means that there's a clear identification between the owner of the message, right, and the message itself. Now you have, you know, below the line. So below the line typically happens where you want to have like a direct connection with the consumer. So here, this is largely experiential, right? So in cases where Carlos Colombo now says, you know what, let's have a meet and greet at Eco Hotel, right? I want to meet all those who are STEM professionals seeking to migrate to the US. They have a meet and greet there. Now that event may not be publicized. It may not be streamed, but it is a place where, you know, you can meet with your target audience, have an encounter with them, maybe give them some brochures, you know, let them know how much it will cost, right? Because when you see the adverts, right, on YouTube, you can't really tell how much it is. You have to sort of go through the whole hog, you know, before you get more information. But when you do something below the line, it means that you have an opportunity for people to sample the product. They can see what it is. They get to ask questions. They get to experience it. If it's a tangible product, something people can take or touch, they get to, you know, experience it. And then through the line is, again, another iteration, because in this case, it's a combination of both. So here you're having a mixture of above the line, meaning that an identifiable advertiser with below the line and experience, and this is blended. And in the way marketing communication is done today, it is, you have to, based on your target audience, your budget, your objectives, you know, your strategy, you can decide which area you want to go with. Okay, so again, it's easier and harder at the same time. The reason is that today you have a plethora of platforms to express your stories, right? It's not like before where it was just a few. There's so many, you know, social media alone has so many nodes, and even under those nodes, you still have specializations, you know. So in planning, you have to really look at your targets, look at your objectives, look at your your budgets and decide which works for you, okay? So again, back to our jollof rice story. It was quite interesting that, we had this Mefti Menk, who's he's a sheikh, I believe. And there's this video which, by the way, has a couple of views, talking about jollof rice, right? He was having a meeting with a couple of his brothers. And he was saying that, well, when you're in Ghana jollof tastes like the best. When you are in Nigeria jollof tastes like the best. He didn't mention Senegal. I didn't say anything, right? But what you then have in part of storytelling is that you begin to have, when you have a good brand story, you have a lot of unsolicited mentions. When your brand story is that good, because today, Colgate isn't here, they're not sponsoring. Oraimo is not sponsoring. Total isn't sponsoring, but their names have been mentioned because they have built some equity into their brand. And so even though they are not in the room, even though they're not putting any money down, that brand equity is reaping something for them, all right? On the other hand, you have this Chase, right? So Chase is a bank in the US, and they recently ran a commercial, Michael B. Jordan, a couple of folks in the room, they're about to have dinner, and, they're having this conversation around, again, jollof rice again. Now, this is a US bank. It's a United States-based bank and brand, right? But you have Africans in the room who are talking about jollof rice. Is Nigerian jollof rice, African jollof rice, and then the Senegalese in the corner saying, we brought that, and they're like, no. But at the end of the day, they're like, you know what? Let's just call it Unity Jollof so that we don't break out in any wars. But the point is, when a brand becomes valuable, it infiltrates social conversations. People now start to create content around it. People now start to use it in their memes, use it in their various, methods of engagement, right? It would interest you that when you watch a lot of movies, you notice that many of the laptops that are used in those movies are Macs. Now, Apple doesn't pay anybody for, branding, right? Or for product placement. But what has happened is that a lot of filmmakers use Macs, editors, and so when they're on set and they're setting up these things, it's just devices that just naturally get on set as props. So you see that it is unlike other brands that will have to pay to have their products there. Apple almost gets an undivided and undiluted product placements almost in every kind of movie. Why? Because their target audience, who are mostly editors, filmmakers, use Macintosh devices. So as your brand, start to look at how do you want to position yourself within your target audience in a way that you get not just paid for top of mind or paid for awareness, but even the ones that are unpaid for, right? Okay, are you still with me? Next is, and this is our final rule, that is take no prisoners. And what this means is that as a brand, you cannot rest on your oars. You don't ever get to the point where you feel, oh, I've arrived. I'm there. I don't need to do anything else. No, you continue to do what? Gain ground. You continue to take additional territory, additional equity, additional customers. Why? Because the other brands are not sleeping. We talked about this earlier. Solar is an indirect competition to petrol, even though they are not, even though they are not in the same category per se, all right? Okay, so I need to round off now. So we talked about brand equity. You need to keep building this. In some cases, as a brand, you might enter a market that's saturated, but look for what works for you. So Gioni at the time came into the market. Of course, there were many phone brands, but it saw power as an issue. So its own brand was focused on longer battery lives. It's Nine Mobile, Etisalat at the time came in. These big players were already there, but then it was positioned itself as a second SIM, right? To get electric vehicles as well, to get its own share of the market. Okay. So as we wrap up, I just want to talk about quickly some of the things that we've done at Verdant. So at Verdant, we have this thing we call the Innovation Series, and it's our own sort of contribution to, this question of sustainability, how the world can be a better place. Because as a responsible marketing and communications agency, we always ask ourselves, beyond profit, what else can we do? And so this innovation series started in 2012. But in 2021, interestingly, we had a partner, Soren Bauer, who, came and said, look, let's look at the circular economy as a specific thing. And we came together to put this event together. And he was looking at it more from the point of, how do we deal with issues of recycling, right? Issues of waste in a sustainable way, right? So these examples were cited. For example, there's, when you eat a pineapple, the bark goes to waste. But then, is it possible to create new products out of this? And so we looked at case studies of, some chap who's using pineapple waste to become leather, right, in Ivory Coast. We looked at what happens to electronic waste when things that we use in our devices become obsolete. What do we do with them? Do they have a second life, right? Can they create new jobs, right? And places like France, they're looking very intensively at how to redesign the process of even manufacturing so that things have a second life. Most of us now, our phones, again, I can't speak generally, but I would assume that your phone, even your phone's validity starts to expire maybe somewhere around 2 years. You just, by year 3, you're already looking to buy a new phone. What happens to all of those devices? Where do they go, right? And things around renovation, using, building materials that are within the environment to create things. So we looked at this as a specific topic, right, in circular economy, and said, what could we do? And based on our partnership with this Austrian gentleman, Revolve Circular is the name of his organization, we said, can we put together a film project, right, to talk about sustainability and circular economy? Because it is a continuous conversation. And we worked together on the project for a while, even though right now it is in a certain stage of development. But for us as a responsible organization, we've said there's a lot of talk about sustainability, about circular economy. What more can we do? What more can we do to move this conversation forward? Now, people find it easier to watch movies, right? So if you put your content in movie format, wouldn't that make it easier for people to digest, other than trying to make it something that is, that seems forceful, all right? So these are just some of the ways that we've taken, quote unquote, the brand circular economy or sustainability and run it through this whole process of creating a force around it that then makes it become something that people can easily digest and remember. That every time if you think of the circular economy, you should be thinking about, the guys who are backing it. Okay, I'm concluding now. Just second case study, one of our clients, Development Bank of Nigeria. Now, Development Bank of Nigeria has an interesting model, which is that they provide funding for micro, small, and medium-scale enterprises, but they don't do this directly. They do this through the banks. They give banks loans who then disperse to, end users. But you and I know that, when banks have money and you are the end borrower, there's still this feeling of, you're not getting, they're still a bank, so they can still treat you anyhow, right? But what DBN has tried to do over the last couple of years, which by the way, we created the branding, the whole branding for DBN, is to then go further. So, for example, sometime in 2019, we had this event in Maiduguri, and Maiduguri at the time was still a Boko Haram territory. But the bank said, you know what, we need to go further and meet the real stakeholders. Maiduguri had been under a lot of insurgency, but there were still businesses there. So they thought to say, look, let's go to where the people are. Now, remember what I talked about below the line? So you have your above the line advertising, where you're doing either advertising, you're doing stuff, social media, but you also have times when you have to go deeper and meet the people who are involved. Summits, we had the military, we had all kinds of people present. Techpreneur Summit, right? So in this case, again, looking at the tech industry to say, tech is a specific arm of SMEs, right? Or MSMEs. Can we have something that is specific to them to understand their needs and challenges, right? And we've done this. In fact, the next one is coming up in June next month. And we continue to expand on these. And as I conclude, right, I've talked about the innovation series. As I conclude, we as an organization thrive very highly on understanding our consumers, understanding our markets, understanding the value of our brands, And for us, it is that you cannot build a brand behind a desk. You have to engage with your target audience. You have to, go into the market, understand what people are yearning for, understand how your story can connect to what people want, understand the value of having people own your brand so that they can start becoming advocates for you, almost like jollof rice, that a whole nation can put its armory behind you because they believe so much in you. And as I conclude, although we don't do it anymore, but there was a time when we used to visit an African country every year. And in that time, we visited, I think, 9 countries, right? Went to Accra, Cotonou, Banjul, Dakar, Cape Town, Abidjan, Addis Ababa, just to, again, understand, because our vision was for Africa, to understand that if you want to have an African-based, focused business, you need to be able to have touch points in this country. And it was really interesting to find out that, as we moved across across West Africa and eventually across, South and East Africa, there were lots of similarities and differences. And these things helped us to formulate a lot of our, ideas, business strategies, and things that, really broadened our scope, broadened our understanding of the market that we call Africa. And really, as you build a brand, you can only do it when you've taken enough time to invest in that brand, when you've taken enough time to, understand your territory, taking time to define, your target, to tell your story, to mark your competitors, right? And to take no prisoners, meaning that in everything that you do, you continue to increase your brand holding, your brand equity, your share of voice, your brand value, as you go on. So I think I'll put a stop to it here and take some questions. Thank you. I hope I was heard.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Thank you so very much. That was very insightful, informative, and really thought-provoking. I have a lot of takeaways. Hello? Yes, I do have a lot of takeaways about brand management, brand identity, market territory, understanding your market share and how to also scale up to get a larger share of the market. What campaigns really do for us, not just to maybe make profit, but also as a source of information to maybe a new generation that have been added to the population, and we need to let them know about the existence of a particular product or service, about brand management, especially when you talked about sustainability. Sustainability cannot be taken away from responsible organizations. They go hand in hand. I really want to say a very big thank you for that one, and how especially it is important to do services or products that can be sustainable. Like you talked about these waste from the phones. I've always had that thought, not just the phones, even our routers, our MiFis. What happens when they are bad? How do we recycle them? It's a very important topic of discussion, and I like that you threw very good light into it. At this point, we'll be taking questions, and the chat box is open. We can also, raise our hands to and unmute ourselves to ask our questions. Thank you very much for that very insightful session. Mr. Okeshegun, are you trying to raise your hand? Okay, there's actually a react button on the lower bottom, on lower part of your screen. So you may want to use it to, raise your hand. As for now, yes, I'll start with Ma'am Aisha. Please unmute yourself and ask your question.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Dipo. That was very insightful. And I'm so glad you touched on sustainability. I've always wondered how, because for me, I work in digital media space. How, as a service provider, how can I include sustainability in my work? In what ways, outside of product, can I do this for myself and my clients? Thank you, sir.
Thank you. So I would like to know how you intend to address the questions. Do we take all questions or do we take them one after the other?
Maybe we can batch them in maybe twos or threes. Maybe twos, so that I don't forget. Meanwhile, Aisha, do you mind repeating your question? I think I lost you for a bit there.
Okay, so I wanted to find out how a service-based professional can include sustainability in their services for themselves and their clients.
Thank you, Aisha. Okay, Mr. Okeshegun, you may want to ask your question now.
Yeah, okay. Good day, everybody. I wanted to ask a question about the tenet of the circular economy, like the speaker has said. The circular economy, from my experience, does not really work abroad. I had an experience in December in America. My iPad had an issue. So I was looking for an iPhone shop to fix it. And I got there and they told me they don't refurbish. And that when something is bad, they throw it away. And the tenets of the circular economy is to refurbish, you reuse, so it's like a circle, So it's funny that even those who are supposed to be proponents of the circular community actually do not practice what they preach. And it was when I got back to Nigeria that I was able to fix that iPad. They said they had no material that it had been fixed like that. And it was just like 4 years ago. So it was funny about how they talked about the circular economy. So does it really work abroad, sir? So that's what I want to find out.
Okay. All right.
Thank you,
So
sir.
thank you. So I'll take these two questions now, just so that I don't forget. Now, the first question is how a service-based company can include sustainability into its operations. Please confirm that you can hear me. I'm using a different device.
Yes, we can hear you, sir.
Okay. All right. So how a service-based company can include sustainability into its operations. Now, sustainability is, again, like we know, is doing things in a way that does not harm, right? Reducing or eliminating, if possible, the harm that it's the potential harm to either people or the planet, right? In the process of making profit. So as a service-based organization, you have your three legs. That is profit. Profit is what essentially drives most businesses. But ask yourself, for the people that work in this organization, or the people who patronize my services, how can I ensure that what I am producing does not harm them? Let me give you an instance. Again, this is hypothetical. If you run, let's say, like a restaurant, right, where you have you have staff that have to maybe come to work every day of the week, right? And then you have customers who also come to patronize your services. But you notice that in the way that when they eat, right, there's a lot of waste in their food. Now, even though you do not have a legal obligation to tell your customers that this food that you're eating, you should not, do you understand? Like, don't waste the food because it is none of your business as long as they can pay. But you also have a moral obligation, right? Because that once that thing is wasted, can you hear me, please?
We lost you very briefly.
Yes, sorry, I'm using a phone, so someone is calling me. I'm stopping the call. So once a human being has eaten it, it is almost assumed that it's not fit for human consumption anymore. Now, part of sustainability can also be that you provide some. I'm sorry. You have to permit me, please. Let me switch back to another device and see if this works better. Just hold on a second, please. So once as a responsible organization, right, there is no harm in talking about the effects of waste, to your customers. Do you understand? Because it is a social responsibility. It is part of sustainability. Even though you don't have a legal right to do it, but there are things that you can do that make your stakeholders aware that every time you waste something, it has an impact. Now, going to the issue of staff, if you have staff who have to work, continuously to keep serving these people, you have to think of the toll it would have on their health, right? The toll it will have on their well-being, and factor things like that into how maybe you schedule the workflow for them. That is the spirit of sustainability, that you provide services or products in a way that will not harm people or the planet. So in a nutshell, I know that I may not have given like a full range, but you always have to think that in addition to profit, how do I reduce the harmful effects of things that I'm doing on people and the planet? Now, to the second question, which is about the circular economy not working abroad, you are very correct, because I mean, even at the level of the United Nations, there have been a lot of agitations that the amount of CO2 emissions, right, that Africa produces is not anything compared to other economies, right? Like, yeah, we understand that there are developmental challenges, but, we talk about net zero as if everybody's contributing the same thing, and it's not the case. So many times when you have these new movements, like we talk about net zero or SDGs and all of that, many of the bigger culprits are the bigger players. So when it comes to reusability of things like electronic equipment, right? Many Western countries are very guilty of not being able to backwardly integrate, because by design, those things they're designed to be used for specific periods of time, after which, they have no secondhand use. Africa almost seems like, or these developing nations almost seem like where those things are then shipped to, at a fraction of the cost. But then it is not necessarily by design, it is more like a convenient thing. But I think that's the way we should look at it from where we live in our own continent, is that how do we build systems in a way that reduces harmful effects on people, right? Harmful effects on people, harmful effects on the environment. Because if those who have said that this is the direction we want to go are not showing a good example, at the end of the day, places like Africa are still going to be at the receiving end of whatever happens. So we need to be able to find ingenious ways around the way that we live, the way that we interact, to protect ourselves, because it's very likely that if we don't have very strong policies, then places like this will end up still being dumping grounds where harmful effects of things that are generated in other parts of the world are brought to. So we have to start that conversation internally as well, to say, well, what are the things that we can do, to, again, protect ourselves, to extend the lives of things, to reuse, to remodel, reintegrate, and so on and so forth. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I'm very sure you have done justice to those questions. We have another question from NDIC. You may want to unmute yourself and ask. We still have the chat box open. Feel free to put in your questions in the chat box if you don't want to ask verbally. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Marita. Pardon me, I don't know if I'll call it a question. I don't know if I can make a contribution to what has just been said. Can I go on, please?
Yes, please.
Okay, so I think for me, if you ask me, I beg to differ. I think I have or hold a different opinion about the Western world, circular economy really working in the Western world. The truth is that to some extent, one of the papers I would have to deliver today is on that, and on reviews and extensive research. It's interesting to note that even the business model, internationally is changing, big time. It's not business as usual for them in the Western economies. You find out that big brands have put in place outlets where people can come trade items they bought, even clothes. You can buy a clothes, then go back to that brand and get some points. So I think they are rethinking the process. It's not what it used to be. Even Apple, some phone brands have it in place now where you can trade your old phone for the new one. Then they use the parts that are recycled from the ones you traded to make new ones, because everybody knows that sustainability is everybody's business, and consuming and producing sustainability has come to stay. So I just beg to differ on that. I think we just have to get that straight. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you for that contribution. We don't have any more questions about getting the slides from the presentations. I'm very sure our facilitator can give an answer to that.
Oh yeah. We'll share them with CMCR.
Thank you very much,
RCM.
sir.
We'll share them. Yes.
Okay.
So just a quick one on the last comment. Again, these are issues of policy, can be very, very contentious, divisive, right? Especially because there are almost always two sides to the coin. I think that as people who are of African descent, who live in Africa, we need to also look at our environment and plan things for ourselves, because in almost every case, most of the global agenda is set without inputs from our countries, right? Because again, we don't produce much, so it's almost always reactive. But things like circular economy have been in practice here for years. It's just that we didn't call it that. We probably called it some other name. So I think forums like this allow us to look at issues that are germane to, they might be global, but are germane to our own economy, and see how we can develop, ways to codify these things, ways to also contribute to the global conversation around what is happening, or how we're building sustainable practices in things that we do, right? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. We are running out of time. About now, we'll be calling in our second facilitator, who will be taking us through mastering social media and content marketing for business growth. I have earlier read out his citation, but I know some of us joined in a bit late, so I'll do us the honor to take that again. Yes, so allow me share my screen and take his citation again. Yes. Okay, so joining this session is no other than the digital and social media manager of the Verdant Zeal Group, and he is Mr. Olawale Bernard Adesina. Mr. Bernard is a certified digital marketing professional and data analyst with over 8 years of working experience across various industries, including fast-moving consumer goods, healthcare, software development, and marketing media agencies. Mr. Olawale Bernard will be taking us through the nitty-gritties of mastering social media and content marketing for business growth. Good morning, sir. You have the floor.
Good morning, Grace. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. I hope I'm able to match up with what Mr. Dipo has presented to us so far, but I'm going to do my best to do some justice to the topic here. So please confirm if you can see my screen.
Yes, we can.
All right, thank you. Okay, so today we'll be running through within the time allotted, mastering social media and content marketing for business growth. So the quick overview, 1 second, please. So from my own perspective, really, social media and the internet at large can be compared to the mighty ocean. Yeah. in its abundance and vastness, there are endless possibilities to what can be done and achieved. But then defining a clear-cut goal and direction is very important, because an entity can be easily lost in an endless voyage if there is no purpose clearly defined, if they are not seeing the end of their voyage from the beginning. One man can decide that he wants to use the ocean to move goods from, or move cars from Canada, from the shores of Canada or US to Nigeria. Another man will decide that he wants to move maybe building materials from China to Nigeria, all using the same ocean. Another man is supplying sardine to a local food processing company, and then he needs to use that same ocean to go and sort of fish for sardines at a particular location, and then bring all of that to his local company where it's going to be processed. Then another man could just be going there to move tourists and maybe people who are going on holidays on his yacht from one part of, maybe from the shores of Miami to South America. So everybody has their defined reason for using the ocean. Yeah. If it is not clearly defined from the beginning, if they don't see the end of what they want to do from the beginning, then it can be a problem. But by the end of this presentation, I believe the audience should be able to have some practical skills and knowledge of how to leverage their brand effectively on social media platforms, how to create compelling content, how they can run successful advertising campaigns to drive business growth. Using the practical perspective, especially using this ocean analogy, I want to be able to tell a compelling story on how you can build your brand identity. And also, I'm going to lean a lot on what Mr. Dipo has said so far. And then how they're able to put out, propose their values using the best practices on social media, how they're able to leverage digital advertising technology, and overall be able to compete on a global stage. Now, for the first part of things, how do you introduce your brand in the digital age? You can pick a lot from all that Sir Dips has said so far. In this case, what is the strategic approach to branding for social media and the digital age? What are the things that need to be put in place? Things like colors, your brand logo, your typography. These are basic things that every brand needs to be aware of and take seriously, no matter the size. By the way, I need to mention that all I've put down here is something that can be scalable depending on the brands. And I would explain more what I mean shortly. Then, of course, identify your brand personality, which Sir Dips has also mentioned a great deal on. How do you stand out from the crowd? So even if you are moving, you're using the ocean you're using the ocean to go and fish for a particular type of, or you're going for a particular type of fish, which one exactly are you going out there for? One can be going for sardine, another is going for sharks, another is going for tilapia. Which one are you able to define and be able to build your brand personality around what you're actually going to that ocean to do? Now, let's not forget again, the ocean I'm using here is social media or the internet. How are you able to define your clear purpose? How do you define your brand ethos, your brand ethics in relation to what you want to do using in terms of using the social media space? Conducting a target audience analysis is also important. Having your buyer persona. Why is it needed? Why do you have to have it clear cut? Even if you're going for sardines, for instance, what is the size of sardine you're looking for? Which particular location in the ocean are you going to go and fish for them? Because you can find some in maybe the coast of Lagos, some can be in Port Harcourt, some might go as far as going to maybe another continent entirely to go and find yours. So how do you define exactly, maybe based off data, which location should be best for you, which one is more sustainable, and how do you define all of that clearly, possibly document them and be able to put that forward? Then, of course, brings us to creating a style guide. Yeah. Like I mentioned earlier, the first few things that needs to be put in place in terms of your colors, your brand, your tone of voice, your logos, your typography. Then you can still go further depending on the size of the brand now in terms of design systems. How does that merge into your basic style guide? Design system, now I'm talking of iconography. If you look at an app on a brand like Apple, for instance, if you see them offline, you see them online, you're on their mobile app, you know this is Apple, because there is what goes beyond the brand style guideline, which is the design system, where they're able to document how their buttons, their icons, their typography should be used across all platforms, be it offline or online. So when does a brand need to use a design system? So at the end of this slide, I think two things you need to actually note of and be able to document for a brand is, first, you should have a clearly defined brand persona that is documented for the whole organization to be able to follow through on. And of course, also your brand style guideline that is going to be like a source of truth for everyone on a brand, on your team as a company. The next thing here, after you've gotten that part right, is now crafting a compelling content. This is where, okay, now I've defined that I'm going to be moving people from, I have bought a yacht and I want to move people from Lagos to Port Harcourt, like on maybe like a 6 weeks holiday on the yacht from Lagos to Port Harcourt. Now you've defined that. Now, how do you now sell that service to them? How do you sell it to them? Now, this is where the art of storytelling comes in. What is your brand story and how do you tell it? Yeah, what inspired you to now decide that, okay, I want to use that ocean to move people from Lagos to Port Harcourt, or from the shores of Miami to somewhere in Brazil? You know, so how do you tell that story? How do you compel people to trust you enough to want to go ahead with you? So that's why the storytelling is actually a very important part of content marketing. Now that you've defined your story, how do you now engage? What are the modes of engagement? Do you use just text? Do you use images, videos, infographics, or do you use a combination of all of this to be able to pass your message across efficiently to your target audience? Then, of course, we have the content calendar planning. This is where some level of sustainability, if you permit me to use that word there, pari passu consistency. Yeah, with the content calendar, you're able to have some structure around your theme, the team itself, or even the tools that you're going to use to produce your content, publish your content consistently over a period of time. Say you can have a calendar that's, no matter what happens, you're secured of content for the next 6 months or even for the whole year, where you have special holidays all marked out, maybe special campaigns marked out for different parts of the year, special events marked out for different parts of the year. That way there is no waste sort of in terms of content to produce. And then there's also focus in terms of content to produce, and then mark that out for over a period of time. Whatever comes in outside that calendar will be things that maybe you're trying to jump on a trend, or maybe you're trying to basically jump on a trend, or there's something that comes up that you probably see as an advantage and you need to quickly use that to make some profitable decisions for your brand or your company. Then, of course, the final part is your headlines are the most important thing. For the digital age where there's a lot of content flying around online, there is a need for you to be able to grab attention within the first 5 minutes, either via your copies or even via videos. If a video is not captivating in the first 5 seconds, most people will likely just drop off and move on to the next thing, because there are endless plethora of content out there for them to. So within the first 5 seconds, how are you able to nail down your content such that you're able to catch your ideal audience and engage them? So now you've defined your target audience, you defined your purpose, you defined your brand ethos, your tone of voice and all of that. Your persona is ready, and then your brand style guideline is ready. Then to the next stage here, you have your content calendar, you have your content creation strategy, you have your story that you want to tell. Now you have that documented, then you can move on to the next stage, which is then how do you now master social media itself? What are the platforms? Can you find these people? I mentioned the other time, for a man who wants to sell sardine to a local food processing company, now he needs to know the type of sardine he wants. And then again, where is he going to find them? Is he going to find them by the coast of West Africa, or you need to move to another continent, maybe go to South America to go and get those sardines in bulk and then move it to. So where exactly does it need to go and engage to be able to make use, to get what it actually needs. So in this case now, bringing it to social media, where exactly can you find your audience? If your brand is speaking to professionals, then you should probably be on LinkedIn and be investing more of your content, your storytelling on LinkedIn. If you're probably a lot more graphical in terms of your messaging, then maybe you should be on Instagram and the likes of TikTok. If you want to be more educational, maybe you should be trying YouTube and the likes. So are you able to define where to engage your persona? Then of course there are also platform specific best practices to take note of. Like how do you post? How often should you post on specific platforms? How often should you engage? How often should you, because you need all of this to be able to gain some competitive advantage and be able to match with all of these platforms algorithm. Then of course, there is also building consistency. This ties back to the idea of identifying your target audience and all of that. How do you talk to people on LinkedIn? That's totally different from how you talk to them on Instagram, which is also different from how you talk to them on Facebook or TikTok. Being able to define this effectively, applying some level of strategy to it, and also still be consistent across all of this platform. We can still bring this back to the idea of the colors and all of that. You don't want to use a shade of blue on Instagram, use another shade on. If you are going to do that, it has to be clearly defined at the very first instance and be able to make sure that it matches across board. Then, of course, how do you create and manage social media campaigns? There is also some level of structure that you put to this in terms of, like I said, the amount of content that should go out per day. If you're going to be posting reels on Instagram, for instance, how many should you post per day? If you're going to be posting stories, how often should you do that? What platforms can you actually merge or share content? Like maybe same content that will resonate on Instagram might go well on Facebook. How do you put all of that across, put all of that in place in terms of how you push your content out? So identifying your platforms, the tone of voice, the consistency in terms of how many content to post, and putting numbers to that actually. Then also putting a structure around publishing your content across this platform. This is what the major points I would like for you to take home from this part. Then finally, maximizing social media advertising. So what is advertising? How has advertising changed in the past few years in terms of our people moving away from the traditional means of advertising, the TVs, the radios, and then social media? How do you position your brand in this era of social media advertising? That's a very important part of things that you need to be very conscious of and be able to use, make the best out of it. Then of course, targeting options and audience segmentation as it relates to all of these platforms. For instance, there are some targeting options that are available on Meta ads. Meta ads, now I'm saying Facebook and Instagram, which are not similar or which are not the same with what you would have on Google ads. Yeah, so if you're targeting the same audience on these platforms, there are targeting options that is specific to the platforms. Having an understanding of that would also help to determine your success across these platforms. Then, of course, the ad creative and copywriting tips. So how do you merge your brand communication and messaging for social media advertising? How do you structure it such that there is some level of your message is being passed across? There is a call to action that leads to some level of profitability. Then the meat of all of this is campaign analysis for optimization. The digital space allows for a lot of data to move around. And how do you now collect all of this data? How do you able to clean this data up? How are you able to analyze this data and be able to not lean just on assumption, or let's assume this or let's assume that? Are you able to stand on what data tells you and use that to grow your brand or grow your business? For instance, after running an ad campaign, you might have spent millions on 3 different videos, but then one video is probably giving you more return on investment. How are you able to identify by looking at your numbers? So campaign analysis is actually a very important part of all of this. So once you're able to follow through on these steps, now scaling your operations in this regard will now depend on the size of your brand, or the size of the company itself, be it a local company or a multinational. But trust me, all of these steps apply for any size of business, regardless. Now, there are ongoing tensions in social media management that we need to address, which include posting versus promotion. When is the right time to stay organic, or when is the time to maximize by using paid promotion? For a lot of people, they put content out there and the next thing they want to do is promote it. When do you just leave your content and let it grow organically? And when do you think, okay, this is the right time? How do you plan all of this from the onset? Even while you're creating your content, how do you plan for content to go organic and the ones that you want to promote? These are ongoing tensions, like I mentioned, that need to be clearly defined from a strategic point of view. Then, of course, also there is the issue of the brand story versus the brand strategy. There are some brands that might decide that, okay, we don't want any of our content to go on TikTok, maybe because our audience is just not there. Or some brands maybe some luxurious brands, for instance, might decide that they don't use certain channels to promote themselves just because of the brand, because of how they operate. Like some luxurious cars, for instance, you probably just see influencers post their content, but they themselves don't have some accounts on particular platforms. I've seen advertising firms that they don't do anything on Instagram and the likes, but they are heavily invested in LinkedIn. So how does your brand story and brand strategy merge into your social media strategy, and makes you find sort of like a sweet spot where you can make the best of what you have? Then the next here is sales versus visibility. This also ties back to your content creation standpoint. How do you define what the end goal is? One of the speakers yesterday mentioned something around the sales of today and the business of tomorrow. For some brands, at the beginning of their social media campaign, they can define it that, okay, I want to sell 5 million pieces of a particular product. For some, it's just that I want every household to know that I am in the market. So if you're able to define this also, it now determines what are the things that you need to put in place before you even step out into the ocean. What are the things you need to put in place? So if you're going to be selling your sardine to someone to process it for you, then you need to put that back end in place. So you're not just going into the ocean to fish for millions of sardine and then you bring it back and there's no one to sell it to. If it is just for you to get one or two sharks that you want to take pictures and then throw back into the ocean, that's what you're going out there for. That's also totally fine. But then you should be able to define it. And also, what are the tools, the technologies that you need to have in place to make each of these possible, and also data collection strategy to be able to show results and be able to tell yourself, I have succeeded at what I have set out to do. Then, of course, budgeting and bidding strategies. If your brand, for instance, allows for you to go on more than one platform, how do you manage your budget? How much should you spend on a particular platform? What are the bidding strategies available on that platform that you should maximize at every point in time? For instance, there is a school of thought that says if you're spending 100%, for instance, on maybe you have 100% of your budget. Out of the 100% of your budget, maybe 5%, you should do some A/B testing, test out content, test out copies, test out strategies with 5%. And then if it goes well, then you can now, then take another 70% that you now split across all of these platforms based off your test. And then when you're done with that 70%, over the remaining time and the remaining budget, you should now look at your data, see what works for you, and then optimize with the 25% that is left. And that's a clear-cut way to make the best out of any social media content marketing and advertising strategy online. Then of course there's the idea of content quality and content quantity. How do you manage content creation effectively? Do you want to invest 20 million on one content, or you want to invest 2,000 naira on content? Yeah, how do you want to manage that? So there is also that discussion around quality and quantity. Sir Dips also mentioned the idea of the guy, are you a STEM professional? That's quantity in terms of how many times that content rolls out. But then there is also quality in terms of just saying it once, spending a lot of money to make it right, and then pushing it at a particular speed or volume to get your message out there. But like I said, these are things that are open for discussion, and it depends on the brand itself in terms of determining what works best for who. From here, I move on to the idea of influencer marketing on social media. I wouldn't do justice to this discussion if I do not put a quick stop on this. So the idea is what's the effect of influencers on brand ethos? How do brands select the right influencers? How do they set boundaries to content creation? How do they balance their brand communication with the influencers that they are selecting? These are very important things to note for brand managers and social media managers in terms of sustainable marketing communication. Then of course also, what are the impacts of influencer marketing on social media ecosystem? There are the positive impacts and then the negative impacts. So there are positive impacts and then the negative impacts that needs to be addressed. Positive impact in terms of trust and authenticity, which using an influencer could bring to your brand. Then of course, influencers these days would like to create their own content and bring some level of creativity into what they're doing also. Then of course, they also help to build community. The marketing is also a lot more targeted in terms of, because they already have that audience that they can easily push through. Then of course, there's also the rise of micro influencers. Unlike before, when you would need maybe one or two influencers to run a major campaign for you, this stage you could have like a list of 10, 20 smaller influencers that would match up for the numbers of one and maybe spend a little bit less, but then of course you can also get the same result. Then of course, there is also the negative impact in terms of inauthenticity and deception that comes with influencer marketing. There are influencers we've seen that have numbers that are vague numbers. There are also which also ties back to the idea of fake followers and inaccurate measurement in terms of what exactly is the value that an influencer brings to the table. Then of course, there is the unrealistic expectation in terms of what a brand or what an influencer says about a brand, and when you finally get it, what's the exact feel that it brings to you. So those are the negative impacts that regard influencer marketing, and those are things that are worthy of discussion in the social media space. So having said that, I would like to talk about some relevant tools that cut across each of these points in social media marketing that I've mentioned. In terms of content, there is the social media creation tools which help, the advent of AI now, and all of those things that help in content creation that can help speed up work. Then social media tools like Meta Business Suites. I'm surprised over my years of experience at how many people actually do not yet understand how to use a business suits in this part of the world, and how important it can be for you to use it to help your business growth. Then of course, the advertising platforms. What is the prerequisite knowledge needed to be able to maximize the advantage that these platforms provide? If you permit me, for the next 5 minutes, I would like to run through a case study for a brand. Actually, the brand name was a bit changed for some reasons, and I'm just going to run through this same campaign. These steps that I've mentioned, and now we're able to use that to help this brand increase sales. So the client, I'm using the name Zap Snacks here, they are offering a LT single serve snack packs with different flavors. Their challenge is that they are new into the market. They are facing a very stiff competition as an FMCG brand. They needed to differentiate themselves. They want to have a good level of brand awareness, and of course, majorly they want to drive sales amongst millennials and busy professionals. So from the challenge itself, you see, we've defined the marketing goal, we've defined the audience we want to speak with, and of course, we did all of their branding and all of that. And having that all clearly set out, we decided to implement a digital marketing strategy. We're able to leverage social media engagement, leverage content marketing, and then we use some level of targeted advertising to help them reach the market. Now, for the content marketing strategy, we created recipe videos and blog posts for the brand. The blog posts were talking about the LT tips for meal prep ideas and all of that, using the snack as a main bone of contention. Then, of course, the nutritional information and transparency, that's another content pillar that we used in terms of highlighting the ingredients and natural benefits of the snack, and also addressing health conscious consumers. Then we also created a challenge where people were able to use the snack to create their own videos and then share with us how they're able to incorporate the snacks into their daily routine. Then we produced a social media campaign around that. We focused on Instagram and TikTok. We created visually appealing content, demo videos, and all of that. Then, of course, using the Fuel Your Day challenge, we're able to generate content from users also. Then, of course, we use some influencers in this campaign, people who are health conscious, they are health and fitness influencers, use them to build community around and build some credibility around the brand. Then, of course, we had some polls and Q&A sessions with nutritionists to help push the brand narrative as well. For advertising, we focused heavily on Instagram and Facebook with good visuals to target their demographic, on their specific demographic, and people who are interested in things like their health conscious people interested in healthy food and the likes. Then, of course, we did some short videos also, which we played on YouTube's later, we call them pre-roll placement, that came before ads that are related to food and the likes on YouTube. So in 6 months period, we're able to increase their social media following by 450%. We increased their website traffic by 300%, increased their sales by 275%. We increased their brand awareness, particularly among the target audience, which are millennials and health-conscious consumers. So the key takeaway from that campaign is that it demonstrates how we're able to use a strong digital marketing strategy to revitalize the brand within the competitive FMCG market. We created engaging content, addressed their consumers' need. We fostered a social media community, and then used targeted advertising to increase their brand awareness. We grew their online presence, and we're able to drive sustainable, substantial sales growth for them. So in conclusion, if you would agree with me, in fact, there is data that says that internet penetration is expected to hit over 48% of the total population of Nigeria by 2027, which is a data available on Statista. And then social media users in Nigeria alone increased by over 5 million by 5 million between January 2023 and January this year. And the numbers moved from 30.6 million to 36 million. So my conclusion here is that businesses that want to remain and stay relevant in the future should be able to position themselves properly, maximize existing opportunities in the digital media space, using content, social media, digital advertising to be able to address or enhance rather their brand visibility and growth. Thank you very much. I'll take questions now. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Bernard. That was very, very detailed. And I like the use of facts and figures, statistical data. It's really goes a long way to help us recall, help us remember, and put a number to what is actually being discussed. Thank you very much for that very insightful session. Our chat box is open for questions. Please, beautiful presentation from Fisayo. Thank you, Fisayo. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Okeshegun, your hand is raised. You may want to unmute and ask your question. Please use the chat box if you don't want to speak verbally. Great,
Okay,
you'll be
okay.
number 2. Thank you.
Okay, I wanted to ask a question around brand influencers and ethical marketing. In the mortgage space, like developers, there's a lot of fraud that goes around there. And the brand influencers have, without knowingly or knowingly, they played a role in it. So when it comes to ethical marketing, how do they avoid this? That's the question I want to ask.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Okay. So I think this is the responsibility of the brand owners themselves to be able to, for the sake of their own brand, identify and be able to verify and vet the source of influencers that they will be using, because there is no agency out there that's going to do that for them. So it is their duty to protect their own brand, and of course, vet and verify whichever influencer they are bringing on board to promote their brand. And in terms of this particular industry, you mentioned mortgage and things like that, real estate and all of that. Even if you are running ads, there are special policies that are around some of these industries, real estate. If you're talking about anything related to finances and all of that, you need to identify when you're placing ads online that, okay, this is the industry where you belong to. And all of this helps to check and verify the source of who is putting the promotion or advertisement out there before it goes live to the general public. I hope I'm able to answer that.
Thank you, sir. So next would be Mr. Gray. I don't know if it's a Mrs. actually. So please unmute yourself and ask a question.
All right, thank you very much, Grace, for this platform. And also thank you so much, Mr. Olawale, for a wonderful presentation. Just like, I mean, you touched on a lot of things, but just like the last participant just asked, my question would also still border around influencer marketing, because it's something that is very predominant in today's world. How then, I think you might have addressed a bit, but I'll still look for the clarity. How then do you, as an individual, as an agency, or as a person, let the brand know that certain influencers are not suited to the brand personnel, or not suited to what the brand stands for and represents? Because I feel like a lot of times, some of those brands just go into, permit me what I will call lazy marketing, and just leverage influencers for anything without doing proper job. Thank you.
Yeah, so this is where another thing, the idea of sustainability comes in. Are you putting out your brand there to make your first 1 million sales in the next 6 months? Or you are looking at how you can make a sale of 10 million in the next 1 year or 2 years, or how you can be able to touch lives across a particular demography? If you are thinking on that scale, then you take your time to vet your partnerships, which include influencers right now, and the kind of people you bring on board to promote your brand. For a brand to stay 5 years, 10 years, 17 years, it means there is some level of integrity that they take, that they do not take lightly in terms of who they partner with and who they decide to promote their brands with. So if a brand is just looking to sell up as quickly as possible, then they will just bring the loudest person in the room to come and influence for them and make their sale. But then how are they able to sustain and do that consistently for years and possibly for decades? So that's, again, is the responsibility of the brand itself. What is their vision on a long term, and how are they able to stand on that ground?
Thank you, Beth. Thank you, sir. Okay, we have a thumbs up from Mr. Grace. I'm very sure you addressed his question very well. So Mr. Toyi Alimi, you may want from Fountain University. Kindly unmute and ask your question.
All right, thank you, Grace, for the opportunity. And to Mr. Lawali, thank you for that amazing presentation. In the case study you gave us, I realized that the reporting period was for over 6 months. Sorry, for 6 months precisely. My experience with MSMEs, I've come to realize that a lot of them want quick fix. So they expect that particularly if they're investing in sponsored advertisements and not organic marketing online, they expect that magic should happen. So I want to know if you've had that experience and how you've been able to manage them. Or is it that once you engage with your clients, you from the get-go let them know that, okay, we are going to work on this marketing goal for a period of 6 months before we can eventually say, let us review our marketing goal, or let me say our marketing budget. I just want to know if that is peculiar to me. And if it is not, if we have to, work our marketing stunt for a period of time, that might be a gestation period. What is the ideal time? 3 months, 6 months, 9 months? Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Toyi. So this is where the concept of data comes in. First things first, before you delve into any marketing campaign, you should ideally look at what data is telling you in terms of the product itself, the competition, the market itself, and if possible, if they have some historic data in terms of what they've done in the past, how do you put all of this together and be able to literally project into the future, have a forecast, and be able to say, oh, last year you did 500 million on your advertisement and you're able to gain this. Now, this year you want me to do this. You can break that down into half a year, a quarter, and have clear numbers that you are working with. Now, after that, that's what you now benchmark. So you benchmark on over that period of time, over the 6 months period. So before we actually go ahead with any campaign, we have the data that's literally drives that campaign. And then at the end of the campaign, we have data that we now present based off the performance. And of course, that data also fuels the optimization plan for that campaign. Literally, we're able to tell them, okay, this is based off the data we started with, this is what we got. This is what we think we should do better for the next campaign and all of that. So basically, your data should inform what happens, and you should be able to confidently tell your clients this is what they should expect based off data. So it's not your working magic, it's what data tells you that you follow through on, basically. And if you bring that down to even when you're running ads, if you're running ads on Instagram, for instance, if you're spending a certain amount of money, it tells you immediately the potential number of people you are going to reach. So even with that, it helps to fine-tune you in terms of your budgeting and what to expect at the end. So if what you're spending is saying you're going to reach 5,000 people, out of that 5,000 people, maybe you have a conversion rate of about maybe like 5% or 10% at most. You can be able to tell, okay, maybe I'm going to get 50 sales from this amount of money. And that, by looking at that logically, then you know that you should be able to reach 5 million people to get that same 10% conversion. And that's how you just do the math. So there's some level of mathematics that goes into determining that. And it's not just instinct or things like that. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lawale. That was very direct and realistic. So thank you. So we have some questions in the chat box. I'll be taking them now. But while I'm taking the questions, I've put in the chat box as well the feedback form. Well, we are very big on feedback. We are very, very big on feedback here at the School of Media and Communication. So I would advise us to just take a few minutes. I think it's about 2 minutes or less to just access the sessions of yesterday and today using the link in the chat box. Thank you. So we have a question from Dr. Priestley, and he says, what will be the exact words to define market sustainability?
So I wouldn't claim to be like who knows how to define it exactly, but in the context of social media and content marketing for the digital space, I would say sustainable marketing, I would take it as consistency. Yeah. And I tie that down back to what I mentioned about the content calendar. How are you able to consistently put out content without any form of waste over a period of time, taking cognizance of your brand personality, your target audience and also your business goal at a large scale.
Thank you very much. Thank you. The next question is from Shienwu, and Shienwu is asking, how can you compare the role of authenticity in influencer marketing to traditional marketing? He or she has a second question, and it says, how do you handle the question of credibility and trust on the part of consumers when you use influencer to promote your brand?
Okay, so can you repeat the first question again?
Okay, how do we compare the role of authenticity in influencer marketing to traditional marketing, like influencer marketing versus traditional marketing, which is more authentic?
Okay, so I think that's also brings us back to the internal team of the brand itself, the brand managers, their communication team. It's for them to decide and vet whichever brand they are working with before they actually go ahead. There is no figure out there to measure authenticity for influencer marketing and traditional marketing. Maybe those are some of the things that you would actually leverage your gut feelings on. Of course, maybe your brand ethos, like I said, your brand vision, which influencer actually works for you, which one doesn't. So I don't think there are numbers to measure or differentiate the effects of influencer marketing and traditional marketing in that regard. So for the second question, please.
Okay. The second question says, how do you handle the question of credibility and trust on the part of consumers when you make use of influencer to promote your brand?
Yeah, so in most cases, it doesn't stop at you selling to a brand. There are times when you probably need some feedback from them, and this feedback is what you use to actually measure this. For instance, a brand we worked with, after we completed the sale, we asked them to identify where exactly they found out about the brand from, and they were able to know which of our influencers are actually giving the best results and which ones are not. So if a general survey at the end of a sale process or the customer journey, which is something that can use to get some data that we can use to measure and answer that question at a business level.
Thank you very much. Thank you. We have another question from Elizabeth. And Elizabeth says, good day, please. I have two questions. One is, how do I create good content without clear direction from the brand? And secondly, how do I increase organic likes and followers without relying on paid promotions?
Okay,
so the
so
first is creation of good content without clear direction from the brand.
So if you're going to get good content without clear direction from the brand, first is an instance of you going into the ocean without knowing what you're going there to do. Yeah. But the shortcut out of that, or the quick way out of it, is to look at competitors in that same industry, check out what they are doing, and then you can use that to leverage or as a benchmark for what you will be producing. But it's quite important that you actually know what the brand itself wants, because the brand, it depends on how the brand want to position themselves and what's their long-term game. Yeah, if it's a brand that wants to stay for years, then they should have their own brand purpose and their own brand ethics, their guideline clearly set out for a marketer or an advertiser to be able to follow through on. So it's not a good idea to go out there and do anything without having that clearly documented for you. But like I said, if you want to find a way across, out of that, it's to find very closely their competitors in the market and check out what they're doing, and then you can use that to create content for them.
Thank you, sir. And I don't believe that the second question, increasing how to increase organic likes and followers without relying on paid promotions.
So that takes some level of active engagement. Like I said, in one of the slides I presented, there is the algorithm that each platform plays around. How often you should post. So first, if you're able to follow through on that, knowing how often you should post per platform, if you're able to match that, then first your content will show up as often as it should to the right audience. And then once they engage, you're also there to respond and all of that. Those are the active ways you can actually use to grow your audience organically, and also be able to do this consistently over a period of time. You shouldn't get tired after 6 months. You shouldn't get tired after a year. It might take a longer time or maybe shorter time, depending on the kind of content you have there and how engaging your content actually are to be able to use. So it's something that is doable. There are brands that have done it, and yes, it's possible.
Thank you. That is a takeaway for me. I really needed that. Okay, so we have another question. We have another question from Presley and from Praise Moses. So Dr. Presley is asking, with the rate of influencers ravaging the marketing space, what hope do we have for direct involvement of brand owners in content marketing?
So to put that in clear perspective, you're asking what's the role of brands in the amount of influencers out there, or the rates of influence influencers have?
Let me put more context. So the fact that we have a whole lot of influencers doing the marketing for brands, what hope is there for the brand owners to be directly involved in this content marketing?
So I think one of the major reasons from my own point of view, actually, why a lot of brands rely on influencers is because of the technical difficulties in terms of running ads online themselves. For you to be able to see one ad so many times for one person, it's probably because there are not too many people competing with that brand in that regard. And why is that penetration still very low this part of the world is because of the technical requirements to be able to run ads. Then, of course, there are also payment issues that doesn't allow brands to be able to run ads at scale. So because of this, they fall back on influencers. Yeah. So if some of these things are addressed, like for instance, payment issues on advertising platforms, and brands are able to reach millions of people as much as their influencers would reach, then they would have some say over how they promote their brand and how they get to their target audience without having to use influencers. But the fact that some of these issues are still lingering, that is why most brands be like, okay, we've tried to run ads and they failed woefully. Then of course they probably don't have the right hands doing it for them. They don't have data to back up whatever they are spending on ads. So they rather just give all those millions to one influencer and let that influencer make the noise for them. So in my own point of view, I think it's the technical, the knowledge base, and all of that that's affecting other forms of online promotion. That's why most brands, especially in this part of the world, rely heavily on influencers to push their brand out there.
Thank you very much, sir. We are very much out. There are 6 minutes behind the next behind time for the next session for today's activity. We have 2 more questions now, 3. Okay, so I'm just going to read them through. I don't know if you can maybe help us answer them as briefly as possible. So we have from Praise Moses, and he says, fantastic presentation. What would be the best targeting approach for a Nigerian startup looking at entering into the global space? The best approach to enter for a startup to enter into a global space. That's one. From Joyce, we have content creation is becoming every man's business on social media. But oftentimes you get to see a content without capturing attention within minutes. Does that suggest that they are not in for marketing sustainability, not yet treated? And we have from Muidin, he says, good afternoon. How do you advise on content marketing for a brand that is positioned as a conservative one within the financial space? One, how you know that you need to invest more in paid advertising? I think she meant to say, how do you know you need to invest more in paid advertising? Another question just came in while I was reading that from Hugo Solomon. And it says, how can we manage information overload in order to reach our target audience to achieve the defined goal? I don't know if I need to take that again.
Okay, so I'll just take it one after the other, please, and I appreciate if you can repeat the questions. But I remember the first one clearly. Let me just go through that in one sentence.
Okay.
So for a startup trying to grow globally, first you look at the market you're in, look at the competition, your product itself, identify your audience. So these are basic steps. Then again, if you're going global, what's your budget for marketing? Those are things you need to consider. Then of course you can't trivialize all of these things, or you can't go ahead with all of these things without looking at points like your team itself. What's the team structure going to look like in terms of your marketing team? What's your operation on the operations end? Because the idea is to always tie marketing back to sales. If your plan is to go global and you're putting money out there in marketing, and then you get the people, how do you manage them on your own end? So those are things that the questions you need to answer. So there's no clear-cut definition to a startup going global. It's you answering all of these simple questions. I mean, so smaller questions, and then using that to define your strategy to to reach the global audience. Please, if I can take the next one. Yeah.
Yes, so the second one is from Joyce, and it says content creation is becoming every man's business on social media. But oftentimes you get to see a content without capturing attention within minutes. Does that suggest that they are not in for marketing sustainability?
Exactly. Yes, you already answered the question from the you answered the question yourself. So the thing is that if you're there for sustainability, some of these steps that I mentioned is something you will take serious, document your process and be able to fine-tune over time, and then also collect data, know which of your content is doing well, which one is not, which one you need to drop off, and then create more of, and do all of that to be able to remain sustainable over time.
Thank you very much. From Mr. Muyiwa, we said, how do you advise on content marketing for a brand that is positioned as a conservative one within the financial space? Conservative brand within the financial space. What kind of advice would you give for their content marketing?
Yeah, so for the beauty about content marketing, especially in digital spaces, that anything digital, yeah, they are usually clear-cut, defined steps that you would use. Yeah, now defining for your industry is now another, maybe the pinch of salt or the pinch of spice that you add to it. Identify your audience, yeah, regardless of the space you're in. Identify the kind of content they engage in. Define your own brand purpose, define your own your brand ethics. What is your value proposition? How do you separate yourself from the crowd? And once you're able to document all of this clearly, then you can now follow through on whatever it is you want to. It's a step that follows to, or that works for every brand, regardless of the industry they are in. Whatever addition you put to it is probably what now makes you stand out. It's the creativity that your team brings into it, or the tools that you employ to make things work for you.
Thank you very much. Lastly, from Solomon, how can we manage information overload in order to reach our target audience to achieve the defined goal?
So the information overload, will it be in terms of you, the brand, pushing it out, or you, the audience, listening, taking the information in? So I think that those are two different parts. But if I would answer to that, if you are the one pushing it out, you should have some level of control to the amount of information you put out there. But on the other end, if you are taking the information in, if you care so much about the brand, you should be able to give them some feedback and let them know that, oh guys, you're pushing out too much of this out there. If you're able to mute them to manage the overload, you can mute them and keep them to the side. But generally, there is some dicey decisions that one needs to be wary of in terms of how to manage that.
Thank you very much. And thank you to everyone for the rapt attention and the consistent engagement. That's what we like to see. Thank you very much, Mr. Olawale. That was a very beautiful presentation, and I like the way you have addressed each and every question that has been posed to your session. At this point now, if you check the chat box, you'll see some contact details of the some team members of the Verdant Zeal Group, and that's because we want to believe that some attendees of this colloquium are, possible clients of the Verdant Zeal. So please feel free to reach out to any of them for a business collaboration, for a gig, whatever it is. Feel free to reach out to them there. You already know what they are into. I mean, it's an advertising agency and a media agency. Thank you very much once again for your presentation. We would also like to have our group photograph now very quickly before we break out into our different rooms for the paper presentation. So everyone, put on your cameras. Let's see your faces. Good, good, good. Keep it coming. Put on your cameras, put on your cameras, put on your cameras. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm not seeing a lot of us, so let's put on our cameras. Thank you, great. Mr. Toib. We need to leave it on for some 2 minutes or thereabouts so we can go through the entire participants page. Yes. Thank you. Hang in there, just hang in there. And smile too, smile. Thank you. Let's put on our cameras. A lot of us are yet to do so. Okay, and then the people in room 3. Ademola Chini, Temitayo, Akindele, Dr. Ken, Bola Tito. Please, let's have our cameras on. Let's have our cameras on. Okay. So we'll be going to the breakout rooms now. We can just take a few seconds to, stretch our legs, stretch our arms. We've been seated for quite a while. Get hydrated, take some water, tea, coffee, whatever helps. Okay. So we are going to the breakout rooms now. And for today, we have 2 sessions, 2 breakout rooms. And so for the first session, it will be discussing sustainable marketing and health communication in digital. It will be chaired by Presley of the University of Calabar and co-chaired by Nelson of the Pan Atlantic University. Okay, Dr. Priestley and Dr. Nelson of the University of Calabar and Pan Atlantic University, respectively. The second session will be discussing sustainable marketing communication in SMEs in Nigeria, and it will be chaired by Dr. Christian of the Benedict University and will be co-chaired by Dr. Babatunde of the Covenant University. So please endeavor to engage and, of course, if possible, take group photographs in your various breakout rooms. Thank you. Don't forget, in the chat box, we still have our feedback form. Do well to fill our feedback form. We want to know how we can make it better next time. We want to know what you think of the sessions, and we will do well to share the slides with you, recording possibly with you of the first and second days of the colloquium. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon, Miss Grace. Hello. 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 Grace, can you hear me, please? Hello, anyone home? Hello. Hello, can anyone hear me, please?
Welcome back. Welcome back. There are still very few here. And we'll just hang in a little bit for the others to join us. I'm sure they are still in their breakout session. Welcome back. Okay, so it's been 2 days of intense learning from both the academics and, of course, the industry experts. And I want to say a very big thank you to every one of us. I would leave this wrapping up session for Dr. Nelson Okorie to do us the honors. Dr. Nelson, the floor is yours, sir.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. On behalf of the School of Media and Communication in Pan-Atlantic University, we appreciate Verdant Zeal Group for their support and partnership for this particular event. Thank you so much. We really appreciate you. We really appreciate what you've done to ensure that this event was a success. We also appreciate all the members of the panel that we invited for this particular event. We thank you for your commitment. We thank you for your engagement. We thank you for your knowledge sharing. Thank you so much. I thank Dr. Priestley.
You're muted, sir. Okay.
Okay. Thank you so much. Okay, on behalf of the School of Media and Communication in Pan-Atlantic University, we appreciate the Verdant Zeal Group for their support and their partnership for this event. We thank them for their contribution to the success of this event. Thank you so much. Thank you. We really appreciate you. We also appreciate all the members of the panel that participate in this event. We thank them for their commitment. We thank them for their engagement. We thank them for their knowledge sharing, for sharing knowledge, for information sharing. We thank you all. We thank all of them, Dr. Priestley, Dr. Lara Modu, Mrs. Abimbola, Mrs. Abiodu, Mr. Tayo. We thank all of them for participating in this event. We also thank Dr. Kristen, Dr. Yati, Dr. Babajide, Dr. Mufuluke. We thank all of you for participating in this event. We also thank all the practitioners from 60 different companies that participated for this event. We appreciate you. We can't mention all your names, all the names of these companies, but we recognize and acknowledge your participation and your contribution to the success of this event. We also appreciate all the academics, all the scholars from different universities within Nigeria and outside Nigeria that participated for this event. We thank you for your participation for this event, making this particular event colorful and successful. Thank you so much. We also appreciate members of my team that made this particular event successful. We thank Grace, we thank Tolu, we thank Hamid, we thank all of you. We thank Mr. DK, we thank Mr. David. We thank all of you for making this particular project very successful. Thank you so much. We really appreciate you. We are planning, the Center for Media and Communication Research is planning another event in the month of July, and we hope to plan another one in the month of October. We'll be communicating all this via the email. So thank you so much. We really appreciate you. Thank you. Over to you, Grace.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Please, if we are yet to fill the assessment form, let's do well to check it on the chat box. You'll find the link there. It takes about 2 minutes. So help us assess our performance of this colloquium, and so we can do better for the one of July and the one of October. Help us to fill out the assessment form and be very objective. Thank you very much. From me, it's goodbye and enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you.